exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an e-citizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, The Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa, that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen, https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nithyananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Panth of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. And with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nithyananda Yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yogabhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Keep your Panchapacham and Udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastat asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
Adhavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Purava vidhiyahu me jano ubhai pagatali samputthano.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पुरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ हो वेकहुनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्षचरण को वार लोता परिगुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत दोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bend in Adimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
त्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानुरस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Parapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Adimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman, for pregnant women shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Veeravajra as you perform Udjana Vanda and Mula Vanda.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Veeravatasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikutaka Karana. From Adimandi position. Heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
अबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel, repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपगदली संपुट करे कौरवाली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth as you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakapusandi asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उगठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्तो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body, tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
दो बूकर की उभय हस्तेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Lichaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिला लाटंतो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
कुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्वचरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिपक्धली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोबो पकदली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोबो पकदली संपुट धारे आगा नेक रजार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यम विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya. Engage Udyanavanda and Moolavanda.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने।
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि।
The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारणी चैदे।
The next asana is Naradasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी।
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्।
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्।
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने।
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि।
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारणी चैदे।
Next up is Naradasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी।
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामे नवामांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्।
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Nithyananda, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and prana mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Hold your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिणदाखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की भगदली पुनि एड़ी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपाद की भगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori. Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पकदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरदहिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तो विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ भगों नीचे आने, तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel as you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं जितेन मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य निष्ठिकापटेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot, as you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं जितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जिजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against the chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra, as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जान निवृषि निधाय.
The next asana is Bodha Shukasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss.
तो वो भगतली भूपति धरे कोरमा हिली ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kudakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो हाथ पग बाहर लावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूल द्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा वग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणी नाम योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो पग मिलीवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो वो पाव पसारी तचुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the brahmarandra, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandra. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drishasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop, the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction. Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Mocha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Uttanajainam hastatalabhyam bhumim avashtabhyam.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
Shavad shariram samsthapya januni sammilya nabhavaniya.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
Bhutale sashiro dattva khenaye charanadvayam.
Next up is the Viparita Karani 2. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Karani viparitakhya sarvadhivyadhi nashini.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
Diva kantena bhumim vishtambha padagradvayam urdhamunnajet.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Tanam shahitvat kurvita shahita paschima.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Parivritti kokshe bhage tridahi parikirtitaha.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Pasanastadvo padau kuryan mastakatah paro.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Padasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head, extend both arms up above your head, and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishapadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luddhasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body, and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Saripasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva As you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward, lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Gora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture, and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchita asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशयामि तं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो उपक की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयसं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो उपक जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
दिव्यं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana 2. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनव स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वम् अङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Vishuddhakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishuddhaka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
दो पगांगी एड़ी जोई गोड़ा फनोवान पनी होई.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together at the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भगतले संपुट आने तिनकी बिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
The next asana is Vajrasangadasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होय वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
अंजनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्फौ जवर्षण स्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदम नियम्य गुल्फाभ्याम दानवंगे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित हृदरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat, with your hands holding the head. Rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पुरपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat as you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antaranga Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel As you repeat, Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास विजोस्येद ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्राणापानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी दानी वैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside. Palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose. As you visualize, you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkuttudanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Matsyendrasana. Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel. Lean your chest forward and down. Hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crownchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crownchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Pakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body, with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोकोडासनधितरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करी सरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाई जंग पर बाई लियावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकंठा ग्रंथि भेदासनम शुभम.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्तम कराभ्याम धृत गंधरम.
Next up is Pangukukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangukukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्त संस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्ति स्थितो योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरक रक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, With your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन को टाने, दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादानि निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशी पीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance as you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Nadakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
प्रियं नौकावते ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nithyananda Yoga session As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order said,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी Paramashivoham level 2. Yes, it is a celebration. Every day we are learning more power manifestation and we're learning more about Paramashiva's various manifestations and celebrating our deeper connection with Swamiji every day. Yes. So
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. So after this powerful Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama Yoga, 312 components of Nithyananda Yoga, energized and fresh, let us enter into the first round of today's power manifestation. As always, we are going to manifest the power of blindfold reading first. So get your eye bands ready, have your blindfolds, whatever cloth or whatever you are using to tie your eyes, make sure you have it with you. And tie your eyes, settle down, keeping your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Also requesting all the participants who are currently not on camera to join us for this session. Make sure you're visible on camera and settle down, tie your eyes. No light should fall into your eyes. And then simply connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji's smile in your inner space. And first, we're going to chant the Shastra Pramana, the scripture reference for this power of third eye, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra.
कालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस्य तिष्ठन्निहितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोधार्ध्यात् लक्ष्ययेत् लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. Yes. Now let us enter into the power manifestation. We will now be projecting the image.
And then chant the Mahavakya.
Om Voham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nitya Paramashivoham.
As we're now going to project the image on screen, keep vibrating with the Mahavakya and let this round of the
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Please open your eyes, remove your blindfold, and take a moment to give your gratitude to Swamiji. It is the gratitude that is going to help you go further and further into the power manifestation. Yes. After giving gratitude,
make sure to start sharing whatever you experienced during this round of the power manifestation. Let us know what was revealed to you. Share the results of your power manifestation here in the Zoom chat or on
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
yes, we'll now show you the image. Yes. So if you have seen any of the colors or any of the shapes and in the whole water situation in this image, you can know that you're seeing through the third eye. You're manifesting the powers of Paramashiva.
yes. Make sure to share your experience about the power manifestation in the chat. As always, it's the best way to enrich each other and to celebrate Paramashiva manifesting through all of us as we are getting ready to enter into the first Jnana segment of the day, where we are going to start to learn about the feeling connection. What is feeling connection and how does it express in our lives? How do we build our feeling connection? So requesting all of you to please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and in a space of deep listening and restful awareness, as we are going to listen directly to Swamiji himself.
There's a beautiful verse by a Siddha from my native place, Idaikadar. நந்தவனத்திலோர் ஆண்டி நாலாறு மாதமாய் குயவனை வேண்டி கொண்டு வந்தான் ஒரு தொண்டி அதை குத்தாடி குத்தாடி போட்டு உடைத்தாண்டி. This is the verse. It looks very funny village verse because the literal meaning is there was a gardener and he's a pauper guy. He went to the pot maker, begged for 10 months, 4 plus 6, 10 months, and finally got one pot to pour water for all these plants. After getting the pot, he came to the garden and he was so excited, enamored by that new pot. He started dancing. Oh, I got a pot. With this pot I will pour water and all the plants will grow and we will have a lot of vegetables. dancing, dancing, dancing. In that ecstasy, that fellow finally broke the pot. This is the literal meaning, literal translation. If you look deep, the mystical meaning is your individual consciousness is the gardener. Brahma is the pot maker. 10 months you begged, staying inside your mother's womb, and got the pot, this body. What for? To make a garden. Using this pot to pour water and make garden and grow a lot of vegetables. But unfortunately, after landing, you are so excited that you got a body, and you jump, oh, I got a body, I got a body, I got a body, and jump around, jump around, jump around. Forgot the prarabdha for which the body is taken. And jumping around in agamya, collecting this, collecting that, here, there, here, there, here, there. Finally, break the pot. Means destroy this body. நந்தவனத்திலோர் ஆண்டி 4 மாதமாய் குயவனை வேண்டி கொண்டு வந்தான் ஒரு தோண்டி அதை குத்தாடி குத்தாடி உட்டுடை தாண்டி. Understand? Just in 4 lines, in a very simple way, he described a great philosophical truth. So I wanted every one of you to be very clear. The truths I am sharing with you is directly from the inner space of Mahadeva. Please understand, research and development and perfection of these great truths, the way they are lived, the way they are transmitted, the way they are contemplated, the way they are listened, this perfection, the research and development and the perfection has happened in a great loving space of Mahadeva. That is why I insist on coming down, staying around the master, spending little time around him, and allowing this perfection happen in you, in the love of the master. All these teachings become part of your very bioenergy. Love of the master is from the space of bioenergy, pure Kundalini Shakti, unpolluted. So naturally that awakens your Kundalini Shakti, your core opens up. A few days before, I received a message from a devotee in Mumbai. In Facebook she writes, I always had tremendous fear to open up to you. The feeling scared about being open to you, because the moment I come to see you or come near you, you are such powerful addictive space. I feel I'll be lost in it. I tell you, you will find you in it. You will never be lost in it. Please understand, when you are afraid of your own core being, you are afraid of the love comes from the core being of the master. I've never seen a master's love making you lose you. I've always seen master's love making you find you. This great truth is perfected in the space of Advaita, in the space of Advaita, in the presence of the Master. Please understand. That is why I insist on coming down and spending time with the Master in the physical presence, where this truth is transmitted to you in a supportive, protective, caring, loving ambience, energy field of the Master. At least the initiation should happen in the physical presence. The initiation should happen in the physical presence. The truth of Advaita, medicines across the counter. You can get it from wherever you are, just through two-way video conferencing. But for surgery, you have to go to the operation theatre. So for the real transformation, you have to go to the presence of the Master, where the transformation becomes your reality. It is just part of your inner space. The story of Bhatmapada, one of the great disciples of Adi Shankaracharya, proves clearly, just by the feeling connection with him, feeling connection to Adi Shankara, he has mastered the nature. He was so powerfully in tune with the nature. He was so beautifully in sync with the nature. You may not know the story. There was a great disciple of Adi Shankara who is not that intellectually capable, but highly devoted, dedicated, integrated to the Master, integrated to his disciplehood. One day he went to wash the clothes of the Master to the other banks of the river. He was washing there. Some of the other disciples of Shankara were discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. What is this? This fellow is all the time washing the clothes and cleaning. Did he come here to become a laundryman? If he is not learning any scriptures and not studying, contemplating, when is he going to get enlightened, master the nature, prakriti, life? Shankara was just laughing. He may be little less capable in intellectual way, but he is an amazing, intelligent being who is doing what needs to be done first, who is putting first things first. Shankara wanted to show this to other disciples. So he just sits up and calls from where he is, Bhatmapada, please come. Actually, he uses the word first time, Bhatmapada. Earlier his name was different. He just calls his disciple. The moment Master called, the disciple forgot everything. He just starts walking on the river. On the river, oh God, now I have to protect him. When somebody is in such a deep space of trust with the whole cosmos, Master is a representation of the whole cosmos. I cannot allow him to suffer, I cannot let him down. So the river just makes lotus flowers and holds his feet wherever he puts his feet. Please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river is flowing water. It happens only in ponds, stable water. But here, river produces the lotus and holds his feet when he walks and makes him cross the river. Usually, people will be anxious when they cross the river. Maybe first time, a river would have been anxious when a person is crossing the river. That she has to safely reach him the other side. Because every step is held by a lotus. He was called Bhatmapada. Shankara demonstrates to all his disciples the need for the loving space for the transmission of the Advaitic truth to happen, because your birth itself has happened when you denied the self, Advaita. Something that deep which is able to make you assume a human body and broken mind can't be transcended unless you trust somebody more than your human body and broken mind. So Master makes himself available for you to experience the completion of the love circle. I myself have seen this great yogi, my teacher, expressing different kinds of powers. Just through sound, he will play whatever he wants. He will take a stone and create a sound as if he is hitting that stone with a hammer. That stone will give way, it will just break. And the same way, he will create a sound as if he is throwing a stone towards a tree, the fruit will fall. Just he will play with the sound and will create a kind of a sound as if dog is inviting, barking, the dog's language, kind of an invitation. The whole surrounding, some 60-70 dogs will gather around him suddenly. And he will create some kind of a sound. The sound which gets converted into smell. Just by sound, he will create a smell. All the snakes in that area will start crawling around him. Kind of a dull smell he will create just by sound. All the snakes in that area will start coming near him. Means extraordinary powers. But he lived a very ordinary life. Very ordinary life. 14 kids. 14 kids. And very ordinary life. Simple life. Just like any householder. One house. And he will come once in a while to the temple here, there, and start talking to people and living a very ordinary life. Sometimes I used to ask him, when I see him expressing this kind of powers, why don't you express these powers to people? You will have a big following. He'll just laugh. He'll just laugh and say that biggest miracle is producing few enlightened people. If I do that job, I am done. Not these small miracles, small powers. The other day, one guy came to me in Kalpataru, in India, Kalpataru program. He came to me and said, Kalpataru is the program. I am supposed to bless or give whatever people ask. So this guy came and asked him, Swamiji, I want my past memory to come back. I just laughed at him and said, do you know what you are asking? He was over enthusiastic. Yes, please bless me. I should have my past memory. I told him, I asked him, what is your age? He said 45. Are you able to handle this 45 years of memory? Suddenly looked into me and said, right, I'm not able to handle. I'm already depressed, feeling constantly guilty, suffering with these memories. They are haunting me. Many times I remember and think, I shouldn't have done that at that time. I shouldn't have spoken like that at that time. I shouldn't have done this at this moment. I should have behaved this way. Many times I remember and repent. I told him, just this 45-year-old memories, 45 years of memories can put you in depression. What will happen if you have 200, 300-year memories? You will become mad. 200 years of 300 years of memory comes to your table. What will happen? You will become mad. Patanjali says, no, come down, be here. I know the science. The child has experienced what Patanjali says as Ata Yoganusasanam. Means, now let us enter into the yoga. The child has understood. The child is in a zone of now. Please understand, he is in this zone now. When you are in that zone now, the connection between you and the master happens straight away. It is direct. It is straight. Because the child has experienced that now. Here, the now, Ata, Yoga Anusasanam, this is a beautiful word. Patanjali says, come to this moment, let us enter into yoga space. Let us enter into the experience of yoga. You may ask, why the child was able to get? Why not the mother? Because mother is not in this moment. Child knows very clearly. Child is in this moment. He doesn't know people can tell lies. He doesn't know master can tell a lie. He doesn't know, he doesn't doubt master may tell a lie. He doesn't have any of that kind of doubts. He knows very clearly he is an enlightened master. If he says, it will become reality. That's all. He is not believing for some reason. We also sometimes believe. If I believe, only then it will get healed. Let me believe. If it doesn't happen, I think I shouldn't have believed. Even our belief is a business. Even our belief is a business. Patanjali says, come to now. See, he is not saying believe, no. Be straight. If you can believe, see, if it is a straight thing, it can't even be called as belief. It can be called as belief only one corner of your mind if you have a doubt. If there is no doubt, it can't even be called as belief. It's a straight truth. Straight experience. People asked me, Swamiji, are you not surprised? I said, no. I know the science. It is not miracle. It's a science. Swamiji, then why did you not give it to the mother? Because she can't connect. Please understand, for miracle to happen, you need a proper connection. You need a beautiful space to be created. You need a strong feeling connection between the two persons. Only then miracle can happen. If there is a strong feeling connection between two persons, in both consciousness, in both souls, different space will be awakened. For example, when you fall in love with somebody, suddenly a different dimension of you which was unknown to you will be awakened. You will start sacrificing more. You will start becoming more joyful. You will start becoming more sensitive. Many unknown dimensions of your own being will be awakened by the other person. The same way, in other person also you will awaken many dimensions. Beloved is a person who awakens unknown dimensions inside you. When the feeling connection happens, if it happens between two ordinary human beings, the unknown dimensions are awakened. It's called love affair. Please understand, beloved is a person who awakens the dimensions which are inside you but unknown to you. Same way, master is a person who awakens the unknown dimension of enlightenment in you which was unknown to you. In that small boy, the feeling connection has straightaway happened. He is in the being level. He is neither struggling with intellect nor struggling with emotion. He is straight. His intellect and emotion are parallel lines. Straight. He is connected. The being level connection has happened. So miracles are automatically happening. It is not even done by me. Anything done is a work, not miracle. Anything happens is miracle. It was not done by me. It just happened. Because he is also in the space of now and I am also in the space of now. Understand? When you come to the space of now the yoga can happen inside you. I am already in the space of now. If you can come down, come to now, this moment, the yoga can happen in you. Patanjali says, here now begins yoga. You need to come to this moment. A small story. One enlightened master had a stomach trouble. So his doctor, personal physician, requested him to eat the same diet for the rest of his life. He started enjoying the food. Same diet, a little bit of rice and little greens, herbal medicine. That is the only diet for him. Continuously for 10 years he was taking that same diet. The disciple who was cooking for him, she got fed up. She came and asked him, Master, what is this? I am feeling bored cooking the same food. Are you not feeling bored eating the same food? Master says, what? Same food? I don't eat the same food. Every day it is something new. How can I eat the same food every day? It is new. It is your mind which labels it as the same food. Understand this one statement. How unconscious we are. It's the right word. How can I eat the same food every day? How can it be same food? No. It is new. Surely new. Maybe same kind of food, but not same food. Same kind of food, but not same food. But our mind is so unconscious. We label the things very easily. We take the things for granted. We take the situations for granted. We take the personalities for granted. Our mind is such. Very easily we take things for granted. Very easily we take things for granted. You should understand this. One example deeply. Child never takes things for granted. For him, every rose is new. Everything is new. Everything is fresh. Everything is alive. He is so excited. to see everything. You can see the kids. They will ask you question. They don't even wait for your answer. They put some more question. They don't even wait for your answer. They are not bothered about your answer. Be very clear. Don't worry too much about answering them. We always take things too seriously. Either we shut them up. Hey, keep quiet. Don't shout. Or we go on try to explain things, making them also intellectual. Either you continuously try to make them intellectual, or you shout at them, keep quiet, don't ask all these questions. They don't even care for your answer. They are just happy telling something new. They are expressing, they are getting to know new things, that's all. By questioning, they explain to you that they are growing. They express, they are getting introduced to new dimension of their life. And you don't have to bother. Actually, when they don't expect your answers, they tell you very clearly, don't worry to give me reply. I am happy with my questions. They don't take things for granted. They don't take persons for granted. They don't take situations for granted. That is the reason their eyes are so alive, so fresh. When they look at things, they don't verbalize. Be very clear. When they look at things, they don't verbalize. When you verbalize, you miss the reality. For example, when you see a rose bush, the moment you see a rose bush, you start thinking about the roses which you presented to somebody, or somebody presented to you. Next, you start thinking about how that person reacted to your roses, or how you reacted for his roses. With love, or you shouted at him, what way you reacted. That emotions comes up. And the memory about that person comes up. And memory about the next person. It goes on, you miss the real rose, which is in front of you. When you start verbalizing, you miss the reality. Consciously resting means thoughtless awareness. I'll make a small diagram.
level of consciousness and two level of thought. For example, now you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No.
I don't know.
Surely not. That's why you are able to sleep. And now you have something called I consciousness. The feeling of I. The deep sleep, surely it is not there. If it is there, we can't sleep. These two states of being and level of mind crisscrosses each other and creates fourth state. For example, with I consciousness and with thoughts, what we call waking state. Waking. Now, what you are experiencing is waking state. You have I consciousness and thoughts, both. Next thing, without I consciousness, with thoughts, is what we call dream. You see, in the dream, you have thoughts, but I consciousness is less. The frequency of thoughts is more than frequency of I consciousness. That is why, in the dream, you are not able to control your dreams. Only dreams will happen as it wants. In the waking state, you can control your thoughts. In the dream state, you can't control your thoughts. The intensity or the frequency of I consciousness is less than frequency of thoughts in the dream state. The third thing, you neither have I consciousness nor have thoughts. That's what we call deep sleep. Deep sleep. And there's a fourth state which we never experienced. That is what I call intuition or meditation. You have I consciousness but no thoughts. You have I consciousness but no thoughts. This is what I call meditation or intuition, whatever. In Sanskrit, we call it samadhi. You have I consciousness but no thoughts, thoughtless awareness. If we can experience this zone, the fourth state, we can experience the different consciousness, what I call beyond intellect, the bliss or the peace or the intuition, whatever you may name it. We can experience this fourth state with this. See, the practical use of this fourth state is, it can give you so much of creativity, so much of courage, so much of confidence. You can decide spontaneously. Ability to take spontaneous decision is what I call responsibility. The more you are able to decide spontaneously, the more you become responsible. There are so many situations you can't work just with data. There are so many situations that, first of all, data will not be available, or very limited data will be available. You will not be able to have the decisions taken by elders or earlier person. There will be no precedence. So in that type of situations, you need something more than what you call intellect. You need something beyond just your data. You need what I call the thoughtless awareness. If you can experience even the glimpse, not only your life in your office or in your corporate level, even your relationships can totally change. You see, even the relationship failures happen because of our reactive mind. The reactive mind, when I use the word reactive mind, unconscious mind, there are two things. One is collecting all the arguments and then passing judgment. Another one is, your judgment is ready, you just collect arguments to support your judgment. When we are unconscious, when we are instinct, judgment is ready. You just want the arguments to support your judgment. You decide he or she is wrong. Then you go around collecting some arguments to support your judgment. It means you are only working in an instinct level. We are only working in the instinct level. Sometimes the instinct and intuition will look the same. People ask me how to differentiate something. With intuition, you will feel tremendously energetic, alive. with instinct, you will feel you are drained. Whenever you decide without using intellect and feel drained, be very clear, you are working in instinct level. Many times, our anger and other emotions, we just decide instantly. Then we understand, oh, why did I do this? You create guilt. Guilt is the gift from unconsciousness or instinct level decisions. If we can experience this fourth state, what I call meditation, surely we'll be able to harvest the energy which is in our being, which I call intuition. And you can use the equivalent psychological terms. For waking, you can say conscious. For dream, subconscious. Deep sleep, unconscious. Of course, the fourth state, meditation, has no word, because psychology could not go so deep. So there is no word for this meditation. In Sanskrit, we call the waking as Jagrat, dream as Swapna, deep sleep as Sushupti, meditation as Turiya, fourth state. So all you need to experience is this thoughtless awareness. That is what I mean. Consciously resting. Yes. And put this table just to make you understand. There is something called consciously resting. Thoughtless awareness. There is something. You may not have experienced, but there is something. Yes.
Where does intuition come from?
From you. It can't come from anybody else. Surely only from you. Because we have not experienced that zone, that part, that dimension of our being, we forgot it. There is something called intuition exists. See, for example, small thing. Somebody asked me in one seminar, Swamiji, many times it happens in my life. When I hear the knock on the door, suddenly I remember some friend's name. When I go and open, the same person is standing. When a phone rings, or when my cell phone rings, suddenly I remember somebody's name, whom I have not seen for 2-3 years. But when I pick up, he is there on the line. And when I am sitting in a party, suddenly I feel that particular person is going to come after a few minutes. That person is there after a few minutes. That person asked me, how it is happening? Many times I experienced this, how it is happening. In that same group, I asked, how many of you have experienced this same thing at least once in your life? More than 70% people raised their hands. Now I can ask, how many of you experienced like this something in your life at least once? Again, you can see more than 70-80%. One thing, if it happens in somebody's life once, we can call this as coincidence. But 70% cannot be coincidence. 80% cannot be coincidence. You understand? There is something more to it. There is a logic behind it. There must be something behind it. We may not be able to know logically, but it is not that there is nothing. See, when you know the logic, you call it as incident. When you don't know, you just call it as coincident. I tell you, there is nothing happens without cause. The planet Earth, nothing can happen without cause. It is always cause and effect. When you know the cause and effect link, you call it as incident. When you don't know, you call it as coincident. So there cannot be anything called coincident. There is something which happens only from you. When this has happened from you, intuition also has to happen only from you. Let me explain how that happens. How you come upon that moments.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Beautifully, Swamiji has revealed the deeper insights into feeling connection. How do we build ourselves on the feeling connection? We're now going to enter into the internalization exercise. So requesting all of you to be in a space of listening, and let's get ready.
Yes, so we start with a small story. One enlightened master had a stomach problem, so his doctor, his personal physician, recommended him to eat the same diet for the rest of his life, and started enjoying the food, the same diet, a little bit of rice, a little bit of greens, a herbal medicine. That's the only diet for him, continuously for 10 years. He was taking the same diet. The disciple who was cooking for him, she got fed up. She came and asked him, Master, what is this? I'm feeling bored cooking the same food. Are you not feeling bored eating the same food? The master says, what? Same food? I don't eat the same food every day. Every day it is something new. How can I eat the same food every day? It is new.
So it is your mind which labels this as the same food. Understand this one statement. How unconscious we are. Is it the right word? How can I eat the same food every day? How can it be the same food? No, it is new, surely new. Maybe the same kind of food, but not the same food. Same kind of food, but not the same food. But our mind is so unconscious, we label things very easily. We take the things for granted, and we take the situations for granted. We take the personalities for granted.
When you verbalize, you miss the reality. For example, when you see a rose bush, the moment you see the rose bush, you start thinking about the roses which were presented by somebody or somebody presented them to you, or you presented them to somebody. Next, you start thinking about how that person reacted to your roses, or you reacted to his roses with love, or you shouted at him. The way you reacted, the emotions that come up, the memory of that person comes up, and the memory about the next person. It goes on and on. You miss the real rose in front of you, which is in front of you, and you just start verbalizing, and you miss the reality. To develop awareness of how often we unconsciously label things, situations, and people, and to cultivate a more mindful approach to everyday experiences, we're now going to be doing an exercise knowing our habits of mind labeling. Choose a recent experience first. Think of a recent experience where you interacted with an object or a situation or a person. Describe the experience in a few sentences, focusing your initial impressions and reactions. Write this down. It was a meeting yesterday. I labeled my colleague as difficult because she kept interrupting. So this is one label that you put on someone. So this is an example. So first, let's now identify a label. So pick up a recent incident. Choose a recent incident that you have. It doesn't have to be technically a negative incident, just one that has put you into, it'll help you understand how you label things. That this is a good situation, this is something I want more and more, this is something I don't get as often. Like that also you label situations, and in that manner, because you are in between two negative experiences, you think you are having a positive experience. So in this way, you can also understand and become mindful of your labeling. Go ahead and begin. Write down an incident, recent incident that you've had with labeling, and bring more awareness to how you took that label and where that label originates from.
So now we're going to move on to the next step of this exercise, which is identifying the labels. Reflect on the adjectives or labels you automatically assigned during this experience. For example, did you describe an object as boring, a situation as stressful, or a person as annoying? Write down these labels and consider whether they fully capture the complexity of the object, situation, or person. Some more labels could be difficult or interrupting as per the previous example. If you have any questions about this exercise, let us know. And let us now analyze the situation that we had picked in the previous step. Let's begin. Now take each label and challenge it by considering different perspectives. Ask yourself, why did I label it this way? What might I have overlooked? How might someone else view this differently? Write down at least one alternative perspective for each label. So, why I labeled her difficult? Because I found it frustrating not to be heard. Overlooked, maybe she felt her point was misunderstood and was trying to clarify. Different view, someone else might see her as a passionate or assertive person. So let's enter into this step of the exercise.
Yes, Nithyananda. Now that you're ready to challenge yourself, make the declaration now to attend to your labeling in a conscious way so that you will reflect and refrain from doing this active labeling and be mindful about it. Not jump to conclusions and label someone without an understanding about what that person may be going through, what that person may be actually trying to say. Yes. So with this declaration, let us now enter into the power manifestation session. It's going to give us, as soon as we add awareness more into our inner space, there comes a bigger possibility to manifest the powers of Paramashiva more profoundly and in depth. So let's get ready to do the power manifestation now. Yes, so we'll be getting ready to do the third eye blindfold reading. So we request everyone to again tie your blindfolds. Now connect in oneness, remembering Swamiji in your third eye.
Yes, let's all tie our eyes with a blindfold and get ready.
Chant the Mahavakya intensely. We'll now chant. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep vibrating with the Mahavakya and let Swamiji reveal what it is that we are predicting on screen. You're getting ready. If you have not yet tied your eyes, do so now as we enter into the next round of today's power manifestation. The image is now projected on screen. Let's start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Slowly you can open your eyes. Please give your gratitude to Swamiji for whatever it is you were shown. Next, please write down and share with us what you've seen through the third eye. Let's take a few minutes and share whatever was revealed to you through your third eye. Describe it with as much detail as possible. Any sensation, any experience you had during this round of the power manifestation. Before we project the image once more to confirm the power manifestation. Ma Ananda Gaurarupini is sharing she's seen a panda, black and white, green, purple, brown, and tan. Okay, ma. Thank you for sharing. Yes, we'll now show the picture. My stack is sharing light sparks, water flowing, small waterfall, bird, spring water, giving mountain, sun triangle with line like a pine tree, red, gold, white, green lines crossing blue. Interesting. Now let's have a look at what was the image that we had predicted. Yes. So this is an image of Yamuna River and Ganga River merging into each other. This is an auspicious place. It is known as Prayag in India. And you can clearly see the different colors of the two rivers. One is a different muddy brown river, and another is a more green river. So those two rivers have different colors, and they merge into each other. The auspicious this point called Prayag. The city itself is called Prayagraj. And yes, you're all able to see wonderfully water. The colors, also the combination of colors. I think Mahagora Rupini, you are seeing the combination of colors that is actually even standing out in this picture. The brown river mixing with the green river. Green and brown are both colors you also saw, as well as Mahistak, you're also seeing a lot of water, and you're seeing even specifically the crossing blue, and the little blue or green you can say, and color is crossing.
You saw a triangle shape, something like a pine tree. If you like turn your head a little bit, it does look like the mountainous side. You also saw a small mountain that does have the shape of a pine tree with a lot of red at the bottom. So there is a lot of elements which you have correctly pointed out. So celebrate the manifestation month. Yeah, we can go into more and more detail here. There's so many small bits if you take this apart. So thank you all so much for participating in the power manifestation and sharing your results. Celebrate and make sure you continue manifesting the power today. We're going to continue with the power of blindfold reading for the whole day. So let's celebrate Swamiji manifesting in this way through us. And yeah, let's get ready for the next Jnana segment. We are going to continue to dive deeper into today's topics. And we have learned about the feeling connection and how what we experience, it is all for us. It is all life positive. So in this video, we are going to learn how to shift away from our victimhood mentality. So many times we would say, wow, these things that are happening to us, they only happen to me. Why does this only happen to me? Why me? How we can shift that to the divine experience. Wow, me. And Swamiji is going to go into detail. So let's listen in deeply as Swamiji is revealing exactly that.
Listen. Every moment, the happening in you means your life. Listen carefully. Life. You may be marching towards your goal to achieve something in the outer world or inner world, or you may be just confused and stuck. Whatever. But life is happening to you. Please understand, even feeling confused and getting stuck is life happening. Sometimes people feel you are not even letting us live in confusion and depression a little bit. Understand? Even confusion and feeling stuck is life happening. Life happening. So, in this happening of life, whenever you change the game, like the rules with which you need to play with matter, if you play it with consciousness, the rules with which you need to play with consciousness, if you play it with matter. I'll give you an example. A ship is very safe, most secured in the port when it is docked. What do you call it? Decked or docked? Docked. Whatever. But it is not created just for that purpose. Understand? If you always decide based on law of life, if the ship is parked or locked in the port, it is very safe, most secured. Yes, no doubt. But the purpose of ship is not just being docked in the port. Law of life is only teaching about the most secured things. Flow of life is exciting, adventurous, innovating, opening up different possibilities. Life happening to you every moment. That's the first statement. Even if you feel you are stuck, life is happening. Second statement. Listen. Second statement. When you change the games, when you change the rule of life, when you play law into flow, flow into law, what you go through is pain. Listen. When flow, the life is restrained by the misunderstanding of law, pain is caused. Wherever you need to follow the law of the matter, you try to break it because of your over-enthusiastic flow, suffering is caused. Listen to the third statement. The constant life happening, when you approach it with agitation, every moment the purification process which is happening in you becomes painful. Listen, purification means more and more understanding of which is law, which is flow. Letting the flow to be, letting the law to protect. Dharma to protect, yama to enjoy. Listen, dharma to protect, yama to enjoy. Bringing more and more understanding about yama and dharma is life, and that process is constant death and constant rebirth. Understand? This is one of the important prayer you should carry in your heart. Mahadeva, even if I don't understand, whatever need to be removed from me, please remove it at least by force. Whatever purification I need to go through, let me go through even by force. Because I know if you are waiting for my yes, it will never happen. If you are waiting for my yes, it will never happen. Understand, I am defining surrender, bhakti. Surrender and bhakti. Giving the GPA, general power of attorney, to Mahadeva, saying whether I understand and appreciate or not, whether I understand or not, appreciate or not, what my life need to go through, how I need to experience the flow of life and law of life in the ultimate intelligence of you, Mahadeva, your third eye. From your third eye, when you see how I should be with the flow of life and law of life, let that become reality. Whether I understand or not, accept or not, appreciate or not, ready to receive or not, I am giving you the whole GPA now itself. Do it. This is surrender. This is surrender. And when he does it, enjoying is bhakti. Understand? Giving the GPA to him is surrender. And when he does his job, enjoying it is bhakti. That is bhakti. Listen, I feel everyone should carry this truth in the heart as the context of life. And every time when Mahadeva rolls you, like a stone rolled in Ganga, each one of us are stones in Ganga. He just rolls all of us in the flow of life, which comes from his head and washes his devotees' feet. That is what is enriching. Understand? Coming down from enlightenment, Mahadeva Sahasrara is the space of enlightenment. Ganga comes from there to wash the feet of Kapila, Shiva's devotee, and release people from sins and give them enlightenment. That's the journey of Ganga Mata. That is exactly should be the journey of each one of us. Understand? Just like in Ganga, how the stones roll, all of us are stones rolling in the flow of life, flow of Ganga. Many unnecessary parts of us are chipped and we are polished. In all this flow, if you appreciate what life is doing to you, you will experience constant rebirth, rebirth, rebirth. If you don't, you will constantly experience death, death, death. Why me? Is looking at the life as death, then you will see constantly you are only dying. Understand, the most dangerous thing, seeing life as constant death, you will associate yourself with that small pieces of stone which gets chipped off. You will never be worshipped. Associate yourself with the main part which is going to be worshipped as Shiva. That part always feels, wow, I did not do anything. Just life moved me. In the flow, I am polished, cleared. Now I am worshipped as a god. That is what I call Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. Listen, listen, listen. Constantly appreciating life, enjoying life, celebrating life, even when it forcefully removes some part of you from you, even if it removes something physically from you, some persons, some pleasures, some wealth, something which you want, or something which you don't want, or some part of your mind, even if forcibly, when it is removed, celebrating life, appreciating life will make you understand life is a constant rebirth, rebirth, rebirth. Anyone carries the context of life is bliss is constantly reborn. Understand, this is the greatest gift a guru can give it to disciple. I am giving it to you, take it. This understanding, appreciate life even when you think something is being removed from you forcibly, even you are not able to see the longer vision life has for you. Sometimes you may not be able to see the larger vision life has for you. And don't be a tantrum throwing manager who need to be convinced constantly about the whole vision of a company for you to move even one file from one table to another table. To move one file from one table to another table. If a CEO has to come and sit with you and all directors and constantly remind you the whole vision of a company, you are a tantrum throwing stupid. Maybe once or twice this can be done. After a few days, they only have to decide to carry on without you being part of them. You are forcing that. Same way, even with life. Don't drop the context again and again. Throw tantrum. Don't miss the larger vision of life again and again and throw tantrum. Your tantrums with the life are not going to be responded in any way. Come up, retain, remain with the larger vision of life and appreciate what is being done to you every moment. Many things which you yourself may not renounce is getting renounced, taken away forcibly. Many polishing which you may not do it on your own is getting done naturally. It is all finally for you to be worshipped as Shivalinga. The receiver of the worship is you. I tell you, man who celebrates life is worshipped. Man who is constantly complaining is worshipping. Who constantly complains, why me, why me, why me? Who constantly feels life is a death happening, death happening, death happening, suffocates himself, sees life only as death. Who understands constantly life is rebirth, 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 rebirth. Whoever feels constantly life is a rebirth, celebrates life and feels as the favorite inheritor of the cosmos, Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. Brahmanyam Bahuputratam means you have to constantly keep yourself in bliss and carry this context of life is a constant rebirth, not death. You have no right to feel suffering. You are not that small part which is getting chiseled. You are the bigger part which is getting polished. You are not the small part which is getting chiseled, chipped off. You are the bigger part which is getting polished. If you feel you are the small part which is getting chipped off, why me? Why me? Why me? If you feel you are the larger part which is getting polished, wow. Wow, me. Wow, me. Wow, me. Wow, it's me. Wow, it's me. Life is just all about from why me to wow me. Understand, I tell you one more thing. Life is so compassionate. Only minimum chipping is done and maximum polishing is done. It chips really, really only the minimum required. No, no, no. Others get chipped only little bit. I get chipped so much. No. You are in the hands of the most compassionate sculptor, Mahadeva. Especially when he himself comes as a guru. Some get his land, some get his property, some get his gold, some get his organizations. Whatever, whoever wants, they grab those things with their hands. But to stand without grabbing anything, with folded hands or holding his feet, he picks them up to keep on his shoulder. Understand, blessed are those who get him as Guru. People who grabbed things with their both hands, they won't be having him as Guru. That is the worst punishment. They don't need any other punishment other than not having him as a Guru for their life. Best thing can happen to you has already happened. Having him as Guru. Listen. Listen. The conclusion statement I am making is actually same as first statement, but step by step I have presented how constant death and constant rebirth is perceived by different mental setup. Whoever feels negative with the life feels constant death is happening. Whoever looks at the life with understanding and reverence will feel constant birth is happening.
Understand, if you have the attitude of why me, even if you are world's richest man, you will not be in the space of completion and relaxed. Just if you develop this one understanding of Tyaga, I don't care about ups and downs. My conscious decisions and conclusions are my life. That's it. That's it. That Tyaga will manifest in tons of ways, like how Tyaga is manifesting in me. I have decided to be ferocious with me and decided to go and be in the temple. having don't care attitude about the ignorance, or having something else as your priority than breaking the ignorance, or you are seeking. Other than seeking or breaking the ignorance, if something else becomes important or more important priority to you, then what you do becomes avidyam upasate, worshipping the ignorance. That is why I insist in every situation, let seeking be your first response. Understand? In all the so-called developed countries, they have something called first response team for any crisis, for any accident, natural calamity or terrorist attack. For any crisis, they have something called first response team. Means the ambulance, the paramedical staff and police, the fire engine, bomb squad, people who rush to the scene and respond to the victims first, who try to attend to the crisis first. They are called first response team. I tell you, let seeking be your first response team for your whole life and all the crises of life. Anything, whether you lost some money in some business or lost your job, any crisis or even good things. You got married or wife ran away. Now anything can be good, anything can be bad as per the person. I don't know how to define what is good, what is bad. Or you feel like running away with somebody. Whatever it is. I don't want to say what is good, what is bad and all that. But any situation, good or bad, losing or gaining, crisis or peace, joy or pain, suffering or bliss, let seeking become your first response to anything. When you have a stomach pain, don't think why stomach pain for me, but think why first of all there is a pain for humanity. If you think why stomach pain for me, why disease for me, you will only be Buddha. If you think why pain, suffering at all for the whole humanity, you will become Buddha. Understand? Just Buddha saw the sick person, old person, dead body. But he did not think, why did these fellows come and fall in my eyes? I think bad woman. Why did I see these fellows? I think bad Shakuna, bad woman. These fellows are all the time depressing. He did not think that way. He did not treat them like a black cat running in between. Most of the time when black cat runs across the road, it is not bad omen for you, it is a bad omen for the cat. I was looking into this. Actually, almost in all cultures, this cat omen is there. I thought, why? Then I found out the black cats run around only when they don't get basic food And if you are in a society where simple food is not available for animals, where it has to run around, then there is something wrong in the society. You need to look in. Actually, the black cat will not run around if he gets even a simple food. Anyhow, now let us not get into the omen science. Let's stop with this. Listen, whether it's a black cat running or seeing a sick person, Buddha did not look into that as his omen, or he did not think, oh, these fellows are, morning itself they came and fell in my eyes and I am feeling depressed. No. He asked, why this to humanity? He started throwing tantrum with the cosmos. I tell you, I am really telling you, whoever throws tantrum with the cosmos will be freed from the laws of cosmos. I tell you, all the laws and rules of cosmos is only for those stupid fellows who don't know how to throw tantrum with cosmos. Seeking is throwing tantrum with the cosmos. Seeking is such a powerful way of integrating you. The moment you start seeking, all laws, rules, regulation gives way and says, you are the favorite child of the cosmos. You are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos, and you live like Paramahamsa. I am telling you, Dharma is for the fellows who are interested in Artha and Kama. If you question Dharma, start seeking the depth of Dharma, why it is. Why? What is it? What is the source of it? How can I go beyond it? If the why can be looked in, if the why can be looked in, with your whole being, if you question why, immediately cosmos frees you from all the laws, rules, regulations. All the laws, all the rules, all the regulations, you become free from it. You become a liberated being, I tell you. If you don't throw tantrum with the cosmic mother, question why, she will let you be in your Maya, delusion. Understand? Delusion is not throwing tantrum. Delusion is not throwing tantrum. If a child is just sleeping or playing with the small toys it has, or eating his candy, or drying on his urine, mother will do her work. She will continue to do her work. She will be engaged. Only if the child decides to throw everything and start screaming, even then she will try to give some better toys, better candy, and try to keep the child in his delusion. But if the child decides, no, I don't want anything, and throws everything and starts throwing tantrum, only then she will come and just lift him up to her lap. Same thing with the cosmos. As long as you are in your delusion and playing with your small toys, candies, What is your small toys? Your relationships, family, friends. What's your small candies? Your salary, one car, two house, and drying on your urine. What is it? Means brooding over your incompletion. No, that is drawing on your urine. Kids do. If you are a mother, you know kids do that. Now I explain in a very decent way. Kids actually draw even on the number 2. I went only up to the level of number 1. They do even on number 2. On number 1, you drawing is brooding over your incompletions. On number 2, drawing is making more and more incompletion out of your old incompletion. So whenever you are brooding over your incompletion, visualize you are drawing on your number 1. And whenever you are creating more suffering, more pattern, more incompletions out of your old incompletions, be very clear, you are drawing on your number 2. And projecting your incompletions on the master and abusing him means you are putting those fingers directly into your mouth. I don't think I need to describe more detailed. And then the cosmic mother will come and give you some more candies. Come on, better salary, better career opportunity, better house, lottery ticket, one extra fitting. She will try to give everything and divert your attention. If you are again back to that, she will say, all right. She will continue with her life. But only when you decide, no, I am really going to look into everything, question everything. What is pain? What is pleasure? What is life? What am I? When you feel pain, let your first response team be seeking. When you feel bliss, let your first response team be seeking. What is this bliss? What is this pleasure? Exactly what happens in me when I am having pleasure. Exactly what happens in me when I am having pain. I tell you, having your first response team as seeking as your first response team is the highest, best security you can get from cosmos. Throughout your life, if the seeking becomes your FRT, first response team, even when death comes, that will be your first response team. When you can seek into the death, you will be enlightened. That's all. Antantama pravishantiye avidyamupasate. Worshipping the ignorance. Putting the seeking as your first response team is what I am doing in Shivoham process. Making the seeking as your first instinct response is the process of Shivoham. Inviting and welcoming all of you for Shivoham process in Varanasi.
Understand, I want all of you to radiate enlightenment, to radiate Advaita with all its powers and siddhis. Never ever have the beggar mentality of acquiring siddhis, accumulating siddhis. It is like you steal in your own father's garden, mango garden. No, you own it. The moment you are my disciple, I tell you, you own the whole cosmos. You are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. Brahmanyam Bahuputratam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, we'll enter into the internalized exercise. Yes. So beautifully, Swamiji shared about the how we feel, wow, me in our life. So now we're moving on to the internalization exercise. So before going to the exercise, what Swamiji has revealed, we'll remember and internalize once more.
Yes.
So, and he's sharing life happening to us every moment. That is the first statement. Even if you feel you are stuck, life is happening. So anyone carries the context of life is bliss. Means he is constantly reborn. So understand, this is the greatest gift any guru can give it to disciples. So I am giving it to you, take it. So this is a message from Paramashiva to everyone. So we have to remember that life is happening every moment. Even we feel we are stuck, we feel low, we feel negative. In those moments also, life is happening to us every moment.
Yes, in the previous discourse of Swamiji mentioned that Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. We are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. So life is happening to us every moment. So with this context, we'll do this exercise.
Yes. So step 1 is choose 10 aspects of your life. Like consider consider the following aspects. Feel free to adjust according to your what is relevant to you. So career, relationships, health and well-being, spirituality, personal growth and education, finance, leisure and hobbies, living environment, and contribution to society. Like this, choose 10 aspects of your life, whatever is relevant to you. So first write down those aspects, and then next we are going to reflect on each aspect. For each aspect, take a moment to reflect on the following questions. So there are questions. What is currently happening in that area of life? And am I feeling fulfilled, challenged, or stuck? So are there any pains or difficulties? If so, what is the root cause of it? And what brings me joy in this aspect? And how would I like to see this area of my life evolve? So in each aspect, we are going to write down these all 5 questions. So first, let's write 10 aspects of our life, and then we move on to the next step. So if you have any questions or queries, you can ask us.
Yes. So I hope everyone are done with the writing. If you need more time, please mention. Mananda Guru Ruknima. You all done with this step? Mananda Guru Ruknima. You are done, ma? Five minutes you want. Okay. Okay, now we are moving on to the next step. If you need, you can take a screenshot now. Okay, now second step is very important. So we are going to reflect on the each aspect, whatever we are written down. So on the each aspect, we are going to write down all these questions. We're going to reflect on these questions and we're going to write down. So this is not just an exercise. So it is a very sacred process to discover yourself and align yourself to your true essence, true core. So the first one is currently what is happening in this area of my life. So for example, if you are reflecting on your career, ask yourself, like, are you stagnant? Are you feeling stuck in your job? Are you thriving? Or are there any challenges that need addressing? So acknowledge the truth of the current situation. Then next, am I feeling fulfilled, challenged, or stuck? So identify what you're feeling, emotional stage regarding this aspect. If you feel fulfilled, celebrate that. If you feel challenged or stuck, recognize that it is an opportunity given for your growth. For example, if you're facing challenges in relationships, understand that these difficulties are a stepping stone for deeper connection and understanding. So next, are there any pains or difficulties? If so, what is the root cause? So reflect on any pain points in those areas. Maybe you may feel overwhelmed by responsibilities at work, or you may feel disconnected from your loved ones. So dig deep to find out the root cause. Maybe it's a fear of failure or fear of unresolved conflicts. So understanding the source of your pain is very important for healing. And then, what brings me joy in this aspect? So I identify maybe in your career, it might be collaborating with your colleagues, inspiring and engaging in creative projects like that, or in relationships, it could be a meaningful conversations and shared laughter. So recognizing those joyful elements helps you focus on what truly matters for you. And then, how would I like to see this area of my life evolve? So envision the future you desire, you want, and imagine how you want your career to flourish, or how you would like to your relationships to be more deeper. So set that clear intentions for this aspect to evolve, whether it's pursuing a new opportunity at work, or fostering open communication with loved ones, anything. So this is the process. It is about authenticity and self-awareness. So by doing, you empower yourself to take conscious steps towards creating a life that can resonate with your true self. So let's do this process and then we'll move on to the next step. Ma Guru Rukni Ma, are you able to understand Ma? Nithyanandam. If you are able to understand, give thumbs up Ma. Or if you have any questions or queries, you can ask us in the chat, Zoom. This is for everyone. Yes, Nithyanam. So I hope everyone are done with exercise. Ma Licia has sent a message. Sorry, I'm not able to understand what you have sent. Can you send clear message? And all others, are you done with the exercise? My stack and Ma Ananda Guru Pima. I request all the participants to switch on the cameras. VC Wang Ma, Shobana Saxena, John A. Han, even Miss Nithyanam. Shobana Ma, you done with the exercise, Ma? Okay.
It is very nice.
Okay, Ma. VC Wang Ma. Ma Ananda Guru Rupni Ma. Are you done with the exercise, Ma? One more time. Means 3 minutes or how much time? Yes, so we need to move on to the next step, next segment. So I request all the participants to finish this. Take few minutes and finish it, Ma. My stack, are you done, Ma? So yes, we are moving on to the next step. Now take a moment and summarize your reflections. Consider any insights or actions you can take based on your reflections, like what you have learned about yourself and the aspects of your life. So this reflection can lead to a deeper insights about where you find joy and where you may experience pain or dissatisfaction. Acknowledge that life is always in motion and each moment holds the potential for transformation. So when there is a pain, look at that and ask why this. We need to understand, when we have a stomach pain, don't think why stomach pain for me, but think why first of all there is a pain for humanity. If you think why stomach pain for me, why disease for me, you will be only Buddha. If you think why pain, suffering at all for whole humanity, you will become Buddha. So that is an example from Buddha. Just Gautam Buddha saw the sick person, an old person, dead body, but he didn't think, why did these fellows come and fall in my eyes? I think I'm a bad omen. No. Why did I see these fellows? No. He asked, why this to humanity? He started throwing tantrum with the cosmos. So whoever throws tantrum with the cosmos will be freed from the laws of cosmos. So understand, in every aspect of your life, there will be if there is a pain or struggle. So instead of questioning why it is happening to me, if you put seeking and ask why this is there at all in for whole humanity, what is the root of it? If you go into seeking, then cosmos will liberate you from that. So cosmos will reveal the intelligence behind that, and it will liberate us from that suffering. So if you have any questions or queries, you can ask us in the Zoom chat. So this is the final step, and I request all the participants to finish this quickly so that we can move on to the next step, next segment. Yes, I hope everyone are done with the exercise. So now, with this powerful understanding, so we move on to the next segment. So now we are going to do the power manifestation. So which is a blindfold reading. So I request all the participants to get the blindfold and put on the blindfold and sit in a comfortable position with head, neck, spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye and ask Swamiji to show what has been projected. Let's start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now please relax. In the power manifestation, open your eyes slowly. So please note down what has been revealed to you in the third eye before we reveal the image which we have projected. Yes, so the Aghora Ruknima is telling river, yellow, green, water, drop and white. Yes, thank you, Ma. Please, everyone, share with us what has been revealed to you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so now we are going to project the image. So it is batteries, small batteries and two are big batteries with a white background, and it has a black color and some orange color. So white, orange. Yes, so even if you don't manifest, and even if you didn't get correct result, please don't worry. Celebrate that you are manifesting the powers, because just now we learned that life is happening to us every moment, even though we are delusion or we are struggling in life. So celebrate that Swamiji is manifesting, and have a gratitude towards Swamiji. So now that we are going on to the next segment. Now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to share with us about the I and mind. So where we feel ourselves in our true core is I, and we always put the mind as I. Like if you have a fever, you'll say I have a fever, not that my body is having fever. So this body is mine, but I am the consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivoham. So we always get confused between these two. So Swamiji now is going to give the deeper truths and powerful understanding about the I and mind. So let's come back to the space of listening.
Please understand, you are all taught wrongly. Arrogance is ego. Showing off is ego. Ego is aggression. No. I want all of you to realize, please understand, showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be dovetailed into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego. Lust is a power which connects all your SDHD and keeps it alive. One thing you need to understand, you forget so many wonderful things, but why you don't forget your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial? So many amazing experiences in your life you forget. Amazing spiritual experiences are forgotten. Spiritual powerful cognitions are forgotten. Spiritual realizations are forgotten. But the SDHD is remembered so strongly. Second, please understand, the first shade of the lust is remembering SDHD, SDHD being kept alive and active. Second important thing, the identity I is not the source of mine, but mine is the source of I. This delusion, listen carefully. The truth is, I is not the source of mine. Mine is the source of the I. This is the truth. The real I you have, it is from Paramashiva. The I you experience is from mine. But due to the delusion of the lust, you start feeling the mine is from I and constantly legitimize decisions of the mind as the decisions of the I. Please understand. Decisions of the mind, when you associate that as the decisions of I, you have fallen into delusion. For example, some small chemical imbalances in your body, hormonal imbalances in your system, if they decide something, it is decisions of mine, not decisions of I. But you pick those decisions and attribute them to you and start thinking it is decisions of I, then you execute it. That delusion, the decisions of mine getting attributed to decisions of I, decisions of mine becoming part of the decisions of I, decisions of mine due to the lust gets attached and made to feel, experience as decisions of I. I tell you, this is the worst shade of the lust. Worst shade of the lust is not the body's attachment or craving for another body or person. The worst shade of the lust is the actions and reactions of the mind being portrayed to you as the actions and reactions of the I due to the extreme attachment, lust between mine and I. Listen carefully. Shanti means able to see the gap between what is the instinct of the I and what is the instinct of the mind. That is Shanti. Able to see inside your inner space. The thoughts generated in you, are they from mine or are they from I? Always the I realizes and releases only powerful cognitions. Always mine realizes and raises only powerless cognitions. It's an eternal law of life. Ability to see the gap is Shanti. Inability to see the gap is Moga. Please listen. The I and mine, these two are the root of all your incompletions. I and mine. People always think the I comes first and then mine happens. No. Mine comes first, then I happens. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, you cognize who you are. Listen. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, based on that you cognize you. Many times the yours, that mine, becomes the source of I. So if you give away all of them, the incompletions also will disappear. You will evolve a new I which can be reinvented. which can be rebuilt based on completion, I tell you. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Understand? I am defining who is poor man. Poor man is a man who has Please understand, you are all taught wrongly. Arrogance is ego. Showing off is ego. Ego is aggression. No. I want all of you to realize, please understand, showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be dovetailed into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego. Lust is a power which connects all your SDHD and keeps it alive. One thing you need to understand, you forget so many wonderful things, but why you don't forget your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial? So many amazing experiences in your life you forget. Amazing spiritual experiences are forgotten. Spiritual powerful cognitions are forgotten. Spiritual realizations are forgotten. But the SDHD is remembered so strongly. Second, please understand, the first shade of the lust is remembering SDHD. SDHD being kept alive and active. Second important thing, the identity I is not the source of mine, but mine is the source of I. This delusion, listen carefully. The truth is, I is not the source of mine. This is the truth. The real I you have, it is from Paramashiva. The I you experience is from mine. But due to the delusion of the lust, you start feeling the mine is from I and constantly legitimize decisions of the mind as the decisions of the I. Please understand. Decisions of the mind, when you associate that as the decisions of I, you have fallen into delusion. For example, some small chemical imbalances in your body, hormonal imbalances in your system, if they decide something, it is decisions of mine, not decisions of I. But you pick those decisions and attribute them to you and start thinking it is decisions of I, then you execute it. That delusion, the decisions of mine getting attributed to decisions of I, decisions of mine becoming part of the decisions of I, decisions of mine due to the lust gets attached and made to feel, experience as decisions of I. I tell you, this is the worst shade of the lust. Worst shade of the lust is not the body's attachment or craving for another body or person. The worst shade of the lust is the actions and reactions of the mind being portrayed to you as the actions and reactions of the I due to the extreme attachment, lust between mine and I. Listen carefully. Shanti means able to see the gap between what is the instinct of the I and what is the instinct of the mind. That is Shanti. Able to see inside your inner space. The thoughts generated in you, are they from mine or are they from I? Always the I realizes and releases only powerful cognitions. Always mine realizes and raises only powerless cognitions. It's an eternal law of life. Ability to see the gap is Shanti. Inability to see the gap is Moga. Please listen. The I and mine, these two are the root of all your incompletions. I and mine. People always think the I comes first and then mine happens. No. Mine comes first, then I happens. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, you cognize who you are. Listen. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, based on that you cognize you. Many times the yours, that mine, becomes the source of I. So if you give away all of them, the incompletions also will disappear. You will evolve a new I which can be reinvented, which can be rebuilt based on completion. I tell you. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Understand? I am defining who is poor man. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Because this country has already suffered in poverty, we are not understanding the richness it can cause. Please listen. I am not promoting poverty. All I am trying to tell you is, even once, if you have not realized poverty, you will not have the free space in your being to reinvent yourself. That is why in the science of enlightenment, at one point you have to break, renounce everything, be in the street empty-handed, till that you don't own anything. Nothing can be the reason for your cognition of I. Your I has to be just dependent on I. The mind cannot be the foundation ground for I. For that understanding to sink in, at least 1 year in your life, you should have been empty-handed, nothing, without anything. No relationship, no friends, no money, nothing. I tell you, that 1 year will give you the strength to reinvent who you are. And I can tell you, 9 years of my accepted poverty, self-imposed poverty, not imposed on me forcibly. I may not want to say my Purvashram family is rich, but they are decent. They were able to provide food and clothes and shelter for me. That much they are able to do. But when I renounced all of that, and family, friends, all the known contacts, everything, that 9 years of self-imposed poverty gave me tremendous space to reinvent myself and rebuild the new I from the space of completion. I tell you, man who has never seen poverty in the life, at least for 1 year, is the poorest fellow. Is the poorest fellow, because just recently I was reading an article, a research paper in Facebook. Just fasting can rekindle and awaken your whole immune system. I was shocked. I thought, how can fasting rekindle, reawaken, strengthen your immunity system? When I sat and consciously started scanning, when I started analyzing, I found the truth. If you allow the body, see, I have seen so many Jain monks fasting left, right, and the center. Means living just with hot water for 1 year. I have seen, please understand, believe me, I have seen Jain monks who live just on warm water 1 year. But I have not seen a single Jain sadhu dying unless they decide to give up the body. And Jain sadhus are the most healthiest, long-living sadhus in all monastic orders. Catholic, Hindu, Buddhist. In Sufism, one sect has monastic order. So many tradition monasteries, monastic orders I have seen. The long-living, most healthy monastics, sannyasis I have ever seen are Jain sadhus. Whether it's the length of life or the quality of activism, nothing can be compared to Jain sadhus. So please understand, the secret is fasting rejuvenates the immune system. There are tons of research in the Facebook. Fasting rejuvenates the entire immune system, because when there is no load on the system, it gets space to reinvent itself. Sometimes wealth becomes stinking load on your consciousness. Please listen, the word I am using, sometimes wealth becomes stinking load on your consciousness. It does not let you reinvent you. At those moments, charity is the best solution. Charity is the best solution. I am not asking you, you should live in poverty forever. No. at least 1 year in your life, be away from everything. Friends, family, contact, wealth, what you earned, whatever is a stinking load on you, suddenly you will see so much of natural completion, spontaneous completion happening in you. You just know how to reinvent yourself. How to reinvent yourself. If you are feeling stuck, confused, disturbed, like Vajashravas, I give you the solution. 1 year, be away from everything known to you. I know it looks very risky, too difficult, but anything great has some price. You have to pay for it. I paid and I found it is worthy. I tell you, I found it is worthy. The very I gets altered. Because of mine, you build I. When that mine is taken away, the I can just be rebuilt. Many people come and tell me, rich guys, filthy rich guys, Swamiji, there was a time I declared bankruptcy. I did not even have food. This scene which I am describing will be a typical part of all big rich guys. There was a time I declared bankruptcy. I did not have anything. There was no friends to help me, nobody to support me. I was homeless. I was begging and eating in the streets. I tell you, that part of the life is a blessing. They may not know, but that is the blessing. Because that is the time when mine is taken away, I melts down, all the incompletions disappear. You will have an inner space where you can reinvent and rebuild yourself from the space of completion. Biggest delusion you need to handle in life is there is something other than you. Underquote, there is something other than you. Everything exists is you. If you feel there is something other than you, that is delusion. Handling that delusion is very important. For that you need to know what or whom you feel as other than you and why you feel that or them as other than you. Please understand, if a bamboo is thrown in the Ganga and that bamboo is floating, it looks like Ganga is become two now, right side, left side. But Ganga never became two. The bamboo makes Ganga look like two. It is always our enmity that makes your conscious Ganga to look you and other. Tena tyaktena bunjidam akrita kasya sviddanam. Celebrating everything by renouncing everything. Isha vasyam mitam sarvam. Yatkincha jagatyan jagat. tena tyaktena vunjita makrita kasya sviddanam kurvannevega jijivishetsadagum sadaha. Whatever is, by renouncing, celebrate it. By renouncing the idea of I and mine, celebrate whatever is. A sublime poet, Isha Vashyam Idagum Sarvam, Yatkincha Jagatyan Jagad, Tena Tyaktena Bunjita Makrita Kasya Sviddanam. What a subtle, sublime truth. See, everything exists, is energy. Stop identifying as I and mine with something separate. Renounce this I and mine and be liberated and celebrate and enjoy everything exists. It's a human mind. Isavasya Upanishad gave all the conclusions. Ishavasyam idam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagad tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. All conclusions. Ishavasyam idam sarvam, the conclusion about the universe, the life image you need to have. Ishavashyam idam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. Means the second statement is the conclusion, the relationship you need to have with the universe. Everything is part of you. Be part of it. Not having an individual I and mine, celebrate the whole. The whole Isavasya Upanishad, if you see, conclusions, that's all. Conclusions. If you just pick up the conclusions declared by Ishavasya Upanishad and start living, cognizing, you are done. Nothing more need to be done. You are a Jivan Mukta. But you don't do it with that simplicity. In that simple way. You ask for a method. How? How? Everything is God. How? Then comes the answer from Upanishad. The Kenopanishad. Kenopanishad is a powerful thought current. I should say thought currents because few more are presented in this. Powerful thought currents. The first thought current presented in Kenopanishad is seeking. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavu devo yunakti. By whom, willed and caused, does the mind go towards its object? What a question. Just by the strength of the question, you know the person who is in front of you is a seeker or poker.
or just an empty cooker? By whom? Keneshitam patati preshitam mana kena prana pratama praiti yuktaha. By whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object? By whom directed and united with which does the first vital life energy, the chief cause, comes forth towards its activities? At whose will does the speech gets activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what luminous divine power? Indeed, do the eyes and ears engage in their functions? Understand? The moment you remember you, what all you perceive as part of you, start questioning them. Start questioning them. Questioning, putting questions about those basic things. Putting questions about those basic things is seeking. Don't assume anything. Understand? The more and more you assume, more and more it shows your ignorance. People who ask answer for their questions are fools. People who understand when I question their answers are the most intelligent beings. Understand, I do two things when people come with question. Sometime I give answers to their questions. Sometime I question their answers. When you put a question, you have certain answers in that question. You have certain conclusions. Based on those conclusions, you put the question. I question those conclusions. I question those answers you have. Understand? I am defining seeking. Seeking is having questions without any assumptions as foundation. Non-assumption questions, non-assuming questions is seeking.
Please understand, all of us are completely connected in the space of oneness. I am not saying all of us are one. All of us are in the space of oneness. All of us are in the space of oneness. If you see goodness from outside, you are in the space of completion inside. If you see bad things outside, you need to complete inside. Go on. Go on. Let every decision you make, let every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every word you utter, every action you do, let it be based on Advaita. Let it be completely based on Advaita. Understand, living Advaita means your self-drive, your inspiration, your energy, your experience, your intelligence, everything operates from Advaita. From that truth and fact, sacred secret of the oneness, understand, digest Advaita more and more into your thinking. Digest Advaita more and more into your words. Digest Advaita more and more in your actions. Every simple digestion means even if you make a very simple decision, I will not use the word I and mine in my words, in my speak. When I speak in my speech, I'll use only the word we, us. Even this simple decision will go on be reminding you, if you take it from the context of oneness. If you take this simple decision from the context of oneness, even this simple decision will go on be reminding you the Advaita. It will go on be reminding you the Advaita. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let us internalize the truths that we received, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed to us. First, ego is a self-beating mechanism. It is that big stick that we all carry and beat ourselves up over and over again with all our self doubt, all our self hatred, and all our self denial. This ego is the root of all incompletions. This is the root of all our incompletions that we face in every aspect of our lives. When we think about I and mine, we always think that I comes first and then mine comes. But here, Swamiji has given a clear understanding of how the I is created only based on mind. Only based on what we think we possess, what we think we have, we actually build who we think we are. Based on what we have, the mind, we decide who we are, the I. Now, to make this clear understanding and also to stop this delusion of thinking all the decisions that came from the mind are actually the decisions of I, to stop thinking that way, we'll be entering into a beautiful process that Swamiji has given to identify what are the decisions of mind and what are the decisions of I, and how they can be separated, and how a beautiful understanding can happen that the decisions of mind are not the decisions of I, which is in fact, this wrong association is in fact the root of all our problems. So now, for this process, let us pick a pen and a paper or a notepad. Let us come back to the space of listening. In this first step, what we will be doing is, it's a simple step. The first step is quite easy to identify 5 incidents that happened, 5 decisions that you made in the last 1 week. It could be anything. It could be as simple as, like we're going to project the examples in shown here: skipping a workout, or having a dessert, or engaging in a conflict, in a situation with a person. Some kind of decision like this that immediately pops up. What are the decisions that you made today? I decided I will not go for the gym, or today I decided I'll just snooze and then I will not wake up in the morning when I normally wake up, and I'll go for the workout. Or today I decided I'll just indulge in the morning. I'll have something really like a dessert for breakfast instead of my regular breakfast. Something like that. Decisions like that, which may be simple everyday decisions, but something really stands out. So just write down some of these decisions that you made, some of these things. Let's list 5 such decisions in the last 1 week. Let's first write them down, and then we'll be moving into the next step with these decisions. Let's start. Now, for all the decisions that we have taken in the last 1 week, the critical decisions or the decisions that we remember, now let us analyze the source. Did the decision come from the mind, or did the decision come from I? Now, this is the crux of the process. For each decision that we have written down, we have to ask a few questions ourselves. What prompted this decision? Did it come from emotions, physical sensations, or external pressures? What was the source of this decision? What made us decide to skip gym in the morning? Or what made us decide to have an extra dessert? Or what made us engage in a heated argument? What was the source? What was the reason behind it? When you see, you'll feel, you'll come up with reasons such as, I was really stressed, so I got really irritated, so I engaged in a heated argument. Or I I had really slept late. I've been sleeping late or really losing sleep all this week. So I feel I deserve to sleep a little bit more. Things like that. So when we have things like this, decisions like this, we can be very clear that these are decisions of the mind, because any hormonal, chemical, or any changes, physical sensations that happen within our physical body, they are also not us. They are part of the physical body that we have. So let us look at how you felt when making this decision. Were you anxious, excited, tired, whatever that may be? And then see if that decision was aligned with your long-term goals. Was it aligned with the purpose of your life even? Let's say skipping a gym and just sleeping in, was it really aligned with your goal of staying healthy? Or even sculpting your body, getting a yogic body. Now see if that decision is aligned with your purpose, your larger purpose. Start identifying all of these. The root of the decision, where it came from, how did it feel when you were making this decision, and is this decision aligned with your larger purpose, your vision for life, your long-term goals? Let's start. let us enter the next step. How to distinguish between the I and mine. For example, if your decision was about skipping a workout, maybe your reason to skip the workout was you felt exhausted and you were so overwhelmed with work commitments piling up. So many things were there, and you decided for one day you'll just take a break. And how you felt about it, maybe you're anxious about all the unfinished tasks, all the projects that are lined up, all the deadlines. And if you look at if it is aligned with your larger purpose, larger vision, then clearly skipping a workout is not aligned with long-term health goals. Now, let us enter the next step where for each decision, now clearly based on these guidelines, distinguish, differentiate whether it was a decision of mine, meaning whether it was influenced by external factors, chemical reactions, compulsive reactions, or other habits, behavioral habits, or if it was a decision of I, which is reflective of your true self, your true values. So for each decision, then make this label. This is a decision that came from mine. This decision came from I. So clearly in the skipping the workout, you will put a label as mine in that example. Let us start. Now let's reflect on the implications of these decisions and how we superimpose decisions made by mind and think those are decisions from the I. Because of this wrong association, what really happens? Now let's see, ask ourselves, how does it affect my life outcome? Because I have associated the decisions of mine as decisions of I, how has my life, all the outcomes of my life, how are they affected? What patterns do I notice that emerge when I don't take full ownership of my decisions? Does it give us an opportunity to say, I was just having a bad day, or I was just going through a low mood and that's why I made those decisions? Does it create justifications like that? Write down all insights and realizations from this. When you associate decisions of mine as decisions of I, that's where delusion starts. All the places where we have associated decisions of mine with decisions of I, that's exactly the delusion has begun in our system. Whatever small chemical imbalance that happens, hormonal imbalances happen, if they decide something, then it is not a decision of I. But the problem is we pick those decisions and we think and start thinking that these are decisions of I. So now let us contemplate on this.
Yes. So after the beautiful internalization exercise to differentiate between the identity of I and mine, now let's prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next beautiful session. So I request all the participants first, before we move on, if any participants wants to share any of their understanding, right? What did they actually understood? Because throughout the day today, we are actually learning on Guru Bhakti, okay? The feeling connection with the master, how it is very, very important. Whatever it might be, yes, maybe our likes, dislikes, our good, right and wrong, our ideas, our thought currents, leaving everything aside. The simple feeling connection with the master changes everything around us. That includes the power manifestation which we are doing. So in the next session, we're going to be learning on surrender. What is surrender? What is actually real surrender? It does not mean, okay, I surrender everything to Swamiji, like I give everything to him. No, that is not actually surrender. What we define or what each one of us think about surrender, it's not actually surrender. We're going to listen from Swamiji various different powerful combination of what is real surrender and how to apply that in our life. When we surrender, actually what happens. So make sure you write down the powerful combinations, higher revelations, and if the participants have any doubt, make sure you write those doubts as well, and you can in the next session you can ask that to the acharyas. So right now let's provide our complete listening as we're going to begin this session.
To tell you honestly, there is only one thing still I continue to learn. That is surrender. There is one thing in the cosmos which you can't say you finished learning. It is unending process. As I always say that enlightenment is final but not ultimate. Sorry, it's ultimate but not final. It's ultimate but not final, constantly happening. Surrender is ultimate but not final. When you surrender, the different qualities of the cosmos starts expressing in you. I tell you, surrender is the one thing even an incarnation goes on learning. There is no end. Nobody can say, I surrendered. No, I am surrendering. But surrender is a process which you can't become master, or which you can't say you learnt it. It is learning. Only in surrender, the process is the master. Nobody else can be the master. Understand? Relaxing into the truth, the origin is intelligence, gives you the tremendous freedom from the feeling you always carry. You are not given justice. Please understand, in the whole world, every person who has a mind feels he is not given justice. If you think origin is matter, you will never be able to heal that feeling. You are not given justice. You are not given all the chances you are worthy of. You are not shown all the possibilities you needed to be. You always grudge, grumble, suffer. I tell you, if you understand, it is independent intelligence which is source. Suddenly the healing effect, whatever is happening is justice, don't worry. Telling you, in my inner space, I am completely relaxed because I know the source is
intelligence, not matter. It is not dead matter, which is running based on some arithmetic automated computer or arithmetic logic. No. It is intelligence. So when you know it is intelligence which is source of the universe, origin of your existence, the tremendous healing in your feeling, the tremendous trust to live, the tremendous trust to exist, tremendous joy to be. I tell you, that is the greatest thing which can happen to any human being. Joy to be, joy to exist, feeling you are given the worthy justice. Your source is an intelligence. It is not a dead matter, chaotic happening.
Listen carefully. The first, innocent surrender. Please understand. I am not saying ignorant surrender. Ignorant surrender means you do not know what is surrender. You do not know to whom are you going to surrender. You do not know what is going to happen after that surrender. You do not know what is going to happen if you don't surrender. You do not know the original concept of surrender. Just trying to throw away your responsibility in the name of surrender is ignorant surrender. Innocent surrender means you know everything and you don't have insecurity inside about going through this path. That is innocent surrender. Understand the difference between these two. I'll explain. I have seen the hypocrisy of human beings in any 10 level. People come and tell, Swamiji, I surrendered everything at your feet. In the end of the one-day program, during energy session, please cure my cancer. I tell them, all right, stay for 2-3 days, I'll heal you. No, tomorrow morning I have to go for my work. See the stupidity. No, I surrender to you, you heal now and send me for my work. Extreme hypocrisy. Here, the person doesn't know what is surrender, doesn't care about what is surrender. He is using the word for some bargain. Innocent surrender means you have a thorough idea what is surrender, to whom are you surrendering, what will happen after that, what will happen if you don't, what is the right context, everything. You know the whole thing and you do not have the fear of transformation it is going to bring inside you. Understand? You do not have the fear, the transformation it is going to bring inside you. What is exactly you are afraid? With surrender, suddenly your own taste about life may change, which you are afraid of. Oh God, I may suddenly start liking something else. Then what will happen to all the things for which I worked for 10 years? What will happen to that house which I brought designing, which I built designing every room? What will happen to the car which I bought, enjoying the mirror, side mirror, front mirror, clock, these, that, so many things? What will happen to all that? Suddenly my desires may change, my fears may change, my thinking may change. Understand, when you mature, your desires do mature. If you decide your desires should not get matured, you stop your maturity. With surrender, the first thing you will experience is your desires and fears will get matured. And they will completely disappear. That is different. That is the ultimate experience. But the moment you start practicing surrender, your desires and fears will start getting matured. Your anxiety, your fear, whatever emotions with which you are struggling, your incompletions, all these will start getting matured. You may not have incompletion with the people who are living with you or with the day-to-day life. You may have incompletion with incompletion itself, that why I am not able to complete you. That can never be equated to the incompletion you are having with the next person because she did not smile at you or he did not smile at you, they did not respond to you, they poured water on you. Your incompletion about they poured water on you is totally different than your incompletion about incompletion, that why still you are not able to complete. I can say here, even your incompletion and anxiety has become more matured. See, ultimately this incompletion will disappear. That is experience. But even maturity shows the growth. The moment you start practicing surrender, the first thing will happen to you is maturity in your desires, in your anxiety, in your fears, in your greed, in your everything. If you are surrendering to somebody, asking for enlightenment, leading you to beyond coming and going, birth and death, that is matured surrender. Even in surrender, there is maturity. Celebrate your vision getting matured. You will celebrate surrender. Because in real surrender, spiritual surrender, the worm is becoming butterfly. The more and more and more completion you do, the more and more and more the surrender starts happening in you. I need to define surrender. Surrender is no way starts with powerlessness or gives you the powerlessness experience or ends in powerlessness. Surrender starts with powerfulness, leads you from power to more powerfulness, ends in ultimate powerfulness. Surrender is nothing but falling in love with the embodiment of higher self, your Ishta Devata. Your Ishta is nothing but your higher self. Surrender should lead to more and more Ishta, not Kashta. Naturally, surrender leads you to more and more powerfulness, not powerlessness. It leads to more and more powerfulness, more and more joy, more and more strength. Understand? When you carry the space of surrender, everything in the life listens to you. Even a plant drops all its thorns just by your request. Surrender is
misinterpreted, given wrong meaning in the Western thought trends. There the word is used more like in the war, when you lose, you drop all the weapons and surrender. Here I am not using in that meaning. The word surrender has totally different meaning in the Bhakti literatures. So maybe I may not even want to use the word surrender in English. I'll use the word Sharanagati, just in Sanskrit. Even completion you can intellectually grasp, even if you don't practice. Just watch the satsang, you will intellectually grasp what is the completion, what is the power of completion. I am sure. See, the completion can be understood even if you listen intellectually. But the Sharanagati, the surrender, you need to see somebody experiencing and radiating it. You need to be around some great bhakta, devotee. Because it is such a beautiful experience. You need to see that radiating in the body language. Saranagati, surrender, can't be understood just by the intellectual. When the science of completion connects with the science of surrender, the space you create becomes reality. Because all your individual incompletions should be completed. When you are complete, your individual identity should be surrendered to the cosmos. Then cosmos functions through you. Individual identity is made out of a bunch of incompletions. When all those incompletions are complete, you surrender yourself to the cosmos.
Today's subject for the webinar, surrender. I'll explain precisely how I experienced surrender. Listen. And what happened when I experienced surrender? Please listen. First, integrity is nothing but intellectually coming to oneness with Guru, which I started experiencing with Annamalai Swamigal. Like a intellectually oneness with the Guru. Authenticity is emotionally experiencing oneness with the Guru. Responsibility is your being feeling oneness with the Guru. Enriching is your consciousness feeling oneness with Guru. Listen. With integrity, your intellectual alignment starts, intellectual surrender starts, intellectual oneness starts. With authenticity, your emotional oneness starts. With responsibility, your being oneness starts. With enriching your whole consciousness, oneness starts. I tell you, till real surrender happened, integrity was first priority, then authenticity, then responsibility, then enriching. When the surrender happened, enriching becomes my first priority. That became my first priority. It's not that I gave up integrity, but enriching became the first operative cognition when surrender happened to me. Whoever wants, take this as a click. When you decide enriching as the first priority,
simply surrender happens. Because for enriching, you have to have all the other three alignment. If you are not able to enrich somewhere, some part of you, whether your intellect or emotion or being is not convinced, not yet convinced, I tell you, from my Atma Pramana, when the surrender happened, when I decided the enriching to be the first part, component of my life, that be the powerful cognitions to drive me, I saw authenticity, responsibility, integrity, everything following. When I decided I'll spread what Paramashiva did to me, I will share that to the world and start enriching the world with Paramashiva, his being, who is he, and his state, his space, his powers, his being and his superconsciousness. I saw responsibility, authenticity, integrity, everything was following. If you want to experience surrender, start enriching. Then everything else just follows. If you want sudden enlightenment, make the enriching as your basic cognition. If you want gradual enlightenment, go through integrity. Integrity means aligning all the words you utter inside and outside to the reality. Start. Then authenticity. Start. Then responsibility. Start. Then enriching. Start. Understand. People ask me, Swamiji, is enlightenment gradual or sudden? It is both based on you, up to you. If you want gradual enlightenment, that is enough for me, sudden is too much. It's like somebody else entering into me. So, gradually, we will eat food also, and this also, and that also, and that also, and that also, and that also. After slowly, sometime. If you are interested in gradual enlightenment, you can start with integrity, authenticity, step by step. Whenever you fail, completion, and then again restoring the space, and then you can continue. If you want sudden enlightenment, decide enriching to be your cognition. You have to make it happen. You will see responsibility, authenticity, integrity, everything just follows. Above all, he just does continuous miracles in your life. Last few days I am seeing continuous miracles. I can see very clearly. So, understand, when you decide to enrich, putting enriching as the first cognition, authenticity, responsibility, integrity, everything follows. Your brain radiates. Your knowledge explodes. Surrender becomes the space for Paramashiva to dance. It becomes the Chidambara for him to dance.
Yes, after this powerful session about surrender, breaking all the myths, all the understandings that we have had about surrender, and truly identifying what really surrender is. Now, let us internalize these truths. Let's remove all the false impressions that we have about surrender, all the false ideas. We may have thought what surrender is just giving up everything, or even going in a um, mode of giving up. That is not surrender. Surrender comes from a powerfulness. So now let us identify all those patterns inside us, what we really carry inside us, and go through this process given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to identify and strengthen our space of surrender. Now let us cognize 10 situations in our lives where we completely melt down without having any inhibitions. Completely, let's just melt down. For example, it could be checking on your job interview, or blessing your kids for their birthday, or finding out about your parents' health, where you completely melt down in extreme sincerity. You just completely, you are there, you're totally there without any holding back. Completely, you are there. Of course, when you think about blessing your own child on their birthday, you're full, you're total, you're not holding back anything, you're just completely, totally sincere. Same time, in the same way, checking on your parents' health, you're totally sincere, you're fully there, you're unabashedly, uninterruptedly just giving everything you have and totally care for the person, for your parents. So like that, moments in your lives where you are totally, completely sincere. Laying down options for a visa, for example, or setting up the multiple aid quarantine facility during Corona, providing free healthcare, all of these ways that Swamiji has given all the possibilities, even during the very difficult period where COVID had hit, giving them complete care, total care, allowing everybody to be part of the ecosystem, and giving them a beautiful quarantine system which was impenetrable. There was no recorded case. So things like that. And inviting kids to Gurukul and establishing Kailasa eventually for all Hindus. So all of these things. Now cognize the 10 situations where you melt down in the extreme sincerity of your Guru. Know the instances, know those moments when you felt the extreme sincerity. Even, for example, during the last session, when we listened to the powerful cognitions, the extreme sincerity in which the truths, the cosmic truths, were revealed to each one of us, so we can expand and we can explode in living enlightenment. So now, let us cognize all the 10 situations where we melt down in the extreme sincerity of our Guru, our beloved Master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, reflect on initial encounters with Swamiji. Think back to the first time you met Swamiji, you saw Swamiji, whether in person, through a video, or through reading a Swamiji's book. Ask yourself, what were the initial thoughts that came to your mind the moment you saw Swamiji through a video or in person or while reading Swamiji's truths in a book? Was there a moment of profound sincerity that surprised you when that first thought came of when you saw Swamiji or when you read Swamiji's truths? Example, you will vividly recall the first darshan with Swamiji, the profound peace and sincerity I felt were unlike anything I had experienced before. This is something extraordinary that you have never experienced before in your life. This is just an example. So now take some time and think, what was the profound thought that came to you when you first heard about Swamiji or met Swamiji?
Yes, after we have identified the first moment when you met Swamiji, whether it was in a live session or through a video or through a program or any form, the first moment when you met Swamiji and that sincerity was evoked in you, that moment, after we have identified that, let's move to the next step. This, we are going to look at all the situations and discussions where you have had with Swamiji. Maybe he uttered one word and that provoked you or that inspired you to become sincere towards taking responsibility, for example, or towards being integrated, or even simply towards doing yoga in the morning, or something, or having the Haritaki powder, something towards sincerity that was inspired because of a discussion that you have had with Swamiji. Maybe it was a personal blessing, or it was during the discourse, something that he mentioned, a powerful cognition that he mentioned, that inspired you towards being more sincere towards something that would have expanded your life. So think about those moments and write down and how it panned out. Now just write it down in the way that it happened, in those words that actually evoked and inspired that sincerity within you. Let's start.
Yes. Now, after finding out the truths, the powerful cognitions that connected you with Swamiji, let us now take a few moments and pen down how you started applying those truths in your life and what were the results of the truths after of your life after you started applying them. Example, you would have had a back pain, and when Swamiji revealed about the importance of yoga, and from your side you made the decision to start doing yoga every day, and today what is the change that you're able to see? Let us take a few moments and pen down what is the change after you applied Swamiji's truth in your life.
Yes. Now let us note influential teachings from Swamiji. Teachings could be just a word or an inspirational quote or a very powerful cognition from the discourse, from the revelations. It could be anything that really inspired to be sincere about your area of life, whatever that may be. For example, Swamiji's words about detachment actually helped me to get rid of a lot of toxic relationships in my life. Something that really synced in, clicked with you, and inspired that sincerity and inspired that transformation from within you. So let us now look at those teachings, those aspects, those teachings from Swamiji that made an impact in our lives. Let us start.
Now, after we have completed contemplating the powerful clicks that changed our lives after we meeting Swamiji, let us now contemplate on the spiritual practices and the rituals that were introduced to us directly by Swamiji himself, and how these spiritual practices help us in our spiritual journey. Let us connect with the divine. For example, the daily ritual of Guru Puja instills a sincere sense of gratitude and connectivity with Swamiji. This daily time of puja that you every day do helps you surrender your whole life at Swamiji's feet and lets the day go along with Swamiji's blessings. So, contemplate and write down any of the spiritual practices that Swamiji has introduced and how they are helping you in your spiritual journey.
Now let's take a moment to analyze the acts of seva, blissful service that you have done, inspired by Swamiji. Maybe the principles of Swamiji of devotion, of service, and living for others that inspired you, and you took up service. It could be at a temple, at an ashram, at an adhinam, anywhere that you decided, I will do this dedicated service. You took up the service inspired by Swamiji's words or Swamiji's principles, and you acted on it. Now reflect on all those moments and write those down when it was inspired, the sincerity of devotion was inspired by Swamiji. Let's start.
Now, contemplate on any internal conflicts that was solved due to Swamiji's teachings that you applied in your life. What conflict was present and how did the sincerity play a part in resolving it? Example, I resolved a long standing family conflict after sincerely applying Swamiji's teachings on forgiveness, and this helped me complete with my family incompletions. Take a few moments and pen down what are the various conflicts that you were able to resolve and what powerful cognitions that you used for resolving that conflict. Let's take a few moments and pen them down.
Now, let us reflect on those moments of meditation when you were engaging in meditation, that you were in a meditative space, all those beautiful moments that happened for you, the meditative space that you entered into, and you experienced something beyond, something more extraordinary, something beyond the normal, and you confronted something like, for example, some shift happened. I was in a meditative space, and during that meditation, led by Swamiji, I was able to confront my fears, which I have not been able to come face to face, and I was able to confront them and overcome them as well, as an example. So, like this, moments that you have experienced during meditations or meditation processes, write that down and recall all those incidents.
Now, take a few minutes to contemplate on any group activities or events shared with others that brought out the deep sincerity and seeking in you. How did sharing with others increase your sincerity? For example, participating in a spiritual program with Swamiji and the other participants increased your sincerity and commitment to spiritual growth. Take a few moments and pin them down.
Yes, now let us summarize all the personal growth that we have experienced from Swamiji. Because of Swamiji's words, because of Swamiji's initiations, because of his revelations, all of this, how personally that we have transformed, how we have experienced a personal transformation, a personal expansion, a personal growth for ourselves, and how that has inspired that sincerity towards our own lives and towards Swamiji. Now, it could be in the form of, for example, because of following Swamiji, I have more empathy, I have become more patient, I have brought my anger in control, and I've been able to help others unconditionally. So, how your life, how you personally have experienced that transformation and growth. Let's just take a few moments to write that down before we enter into the next session.
Welcome back. After this internalization exercise, after this reflection, let us now move ahead with a round of power manifestation. We will be manifesting the powers of the third eye. We will be practicing the power of blindfold reading. Before we begin, we would like to share some context about this power. Swamiji had shared with us very beautifully a very powerful understanding about the powers of the third eye. From the Shastra Pramanas and also from Apta Pramanas, we understand that all of us have something much more than these two physical eyes. Because when we are blindfolded and we are still able to see, it is surely meaning that we are seeing with something other than these two physical eyes. Now the question would come, where is that? The very fact that we are able to see distance vision, people are able to read behind their head, it reveals that this something other than these two eyes, the third eye, which we call as a third eye, is something more than what we can understand. We understand that the Anya Chakra is what is referred to as the third eye.
Let us now begin the power manifestation. Blindfold yourself. We request the participants to tie a blindfold on your eyes, since we'll be projecting an image for all the participants to see through your third eye and reveal what was shown during the power manifestation. So we request the participants to blindfold themselves. We also request the participants to switch on their cameras. Yuenaya, Jonahan, Masiau, Wingzi Quinn, Lizzie Wong, and Istar. Please switch on your cameras during the session because it is very important to be in camera and be participative and have interaction with the acharyas. Only then we will be helping you constantly wherever you are facing any difficulties during the power manifestation or the kriyas, or if you don't understand anything during the jnana, where Swamiji is revealing so many wonderful truths and beautiful truths. We'll be continuously helping all the participants during the program. So now we request all the participants to blindfold yourselves before we move into the power manifestation. In a few moments from now, we'll be projecting an image for all the participants to see through your third eye and request Swamiji, what is that being projected in the screen? Swamiji, please reveal what is that it is being projected on the screen. And the answer, the manifestation can happen through any way. It can even come as a whisper to you, or it can come as a visualization, or you can even feel it as an intuition inside yourself. Yes, we can see the participants are ready. Nithyananda, Mahana Saksena, welcome ma. You can also blindfold yourself. We are just beginning the power manifestation. Yes, now we'll be projecting the image for all the participants. Start chanting the Mahavakya. We have now projected the image. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us now continue manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, all the participants can now remove your eye bands and start sharing with us in the Zoom chat what was it that was revealed to you during the power manifestation. The important thing while sharing the revelations is you should not hold back anything, thinking that, oh, I thought this, it came to my mind. No, anything and everything that came to you when you were chanting the Mahavakya and connecting with Swamiji is revealed by Paramashiva directly. So we request all the participants to don't have any doubt and share openly with us in the Zoom chat. In a few moments from now, we'll also be projecting once again to all the participants what is it that was projected for all the participants during the power manifestation. Also, we give out a call for all the participants who are viewing us on the YouTube. Once this power manifestation is completed, we are going to be having a special exclusive session only for the Zoom participants about Swamiji's experience of Advaita with his Guru. How Swamiji experienced the direct love from his Guru. We are going to be having a private session for all the participants who are in the Zoom. So if you are viewing us on the YouTube, please switch over to Zoom because we will not be giving this private session for the YouTube. And we request all the participants who are viewing us in the YouTube to switch over to the Zoom and enjoy the session with Swamiji directly. We are just giving a few more moments for all the participants. Yes. Malizi Wang is sharing. First was some golden crops and white plant, then some white light and have triangle fire shape. Thank you for sharing, Ma. Now let us see what was the image that was projected for all the participants during the power manifestation. Yes, this was the image that was projected.
And especially the part, the triangle, that is actually the veil, Muruga's veil. So Malisi Wong also saw golden crops. Of course, the deity of Muruga is in golden color here, and there are plants, there are trees nearby, and the white sky. And especially the most amazing part is the triangle, which is the veil of Muruga, which everybody knows. Muruga recognizes him with the veil. So a round of applause for Malisi Wong. Powerful, intimate, sweet sharing from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about the infinite patience, our feeling connection with our beloved Guru. So this is an exclusive session only for the Zoom participants. So we request all the YouTube participants who are watching us on YouTube to kindly join the Zoom session so that you can also enjoy and melt in this beautiful revelation by Swamiji.
I bless you all.
Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Shankara Bhayankara Shankara Bhayankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Shankara Bhayankara Shankara Bhayankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Shankara Bhayankara Shankara Bhayankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Bhavabhayahari Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Anandeshwara Shankara Paramatma Shiva Shankara Pavana Purusha 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 Shankara Nityashwarupa Shankara Nithyananda Shankara Nityashwarupa Shankara Nithyananda Shankara शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा शङ्करा भयङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा भवभयहारी शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा आनन्देश्वर शङ्करा परमात्मा शिव शङ्करा पावन पुरुषा 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 शङ्करा नित्यस्वरूपा शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा नित्यस्वरूपा शङ्करा नित्यानन्दा शङ्करा Yes. Nithyanandam to all the participants. Let us all now, as all of us understood about the power of intense prayer, let us now soak ourselves into singing the name of our beloved Swamiji and soak ourselves into the space of pure prayer, intense prayer to receive Swamiji in our life. Joining with me, I have Manita Atupriyananda Swami, who will be guiding us on this beautiful Sankirtan. Let us now begin with the Sadguru Vandana. I request everyone to please sit straight with folded hands and invoke Swamiji. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatintam Gaganashadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Let us now start the Sankirtan. So we'll be actually projecting the lyrics of the Kirtan. All of you can see the lyrics and sing along with us. Motivation and feeling action and clarity. As we are going to start singing the Kirtan, chanting the name of the dance. Gunagirishwar Paramaha God Adi Guru Nithyananda Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Mahadeva Nithyananda Nithyananda Hari Guru Nithyananda Paramahamsa Nithyananda Koti Surya Prakasha Payanakasha Nithyananda Paramahamsa Nithyananda He Arunagirishwara Rupa Paramahamsa Nithyananda He Rupa Karnavatara Nithyananda Rupa Karnavatara Nithyananda Swarupa Punavatara Nithyananda Sarvadeva Swarupa Punavatara Adi Guru Nithyananda Paramahamsa Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramahamsa Nithyananda The way, the beautiful space, emotion.
Nithyananda, that was a beautiful Sankirtan that all of us just had. And in the same space of gratitude, just by immersing yourself in gratitude, remembering every single time Swamiji has showered you, blessed you with each and everything, with that space of gratitude, when you just offer that at Swamiji's feet, he showers you back. And all of you have an opportunity happening right now. The Jayanti Brahmotsavam is going on. All of us are preparing for the Nithyananda Dinotsava, the day Swamiji himself ascended. Swamiji came down to attend to each and every one of us, to bless each and every one of us as a response to all of our prayers. Swamiji came down, and the 48th Avatara Dinotsava is coming. And on this day, we have so many grand sevas happening where you can offer your gratitude at Swamiji's feet. You can offer whatever Swamiji has showered you with. Gratitude for that. You can offer it and be showered with much more. You have the opportunity to offer Pada Puja, where just by offering your gratitude at Swamiji's feet, all your karmas from over lifetimes, whatever you have accumulated, all of that will just be taken away from you. See, actually, when you offer the Pada Puja, you will experience a karmic breakthrough whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not, whether you're aware of it or not, a pattern within you leaves you. It leaves your system completely. And Swamiji showers you back 10 times more, 100 times more than what you could have even imagined of.
So on this beautiful Jayanti Brahmotsavam, as all of us are celebrating the advent of our beloved Swamiji, right? We have sevas, different rituals where all the participants, all of you can take part. So the first is the Raja Shringara Seva, where as Swamiji is the emperor of KAILASA, Swamiji is the inheritor of the 21 ancient kingdoms of Hinduism, right? So you can be the person offering the Raja Shringara Seva to Swamiji, where through this offering we express the gratitude to Swamiji, the remover of Maya delusion, who bestows true enlightenment and reveals to us our higher self itself. And Shringara means dressing up. Raja Shringara Seva means it's actually a very beautiful offering where you can adore Swamiji in the royal way.
As the emperor, the king, the founder of KAILASA, the first in the nation, Swamiji has built for each and everyone. This seva is to express our gratitude to Swamiji, who has worked for all of these years, for decades and decades, and just removes the delusion that all of us put ourselves into and bestows us, blesses us with enlightenment. So, and this seva is for $1,501 US. And the next seva that all of you can offer is the Vastra Seva, the 108 Vastra Seva. And as we share the sevas with all of you, if any of you are interested, you can post it in the chat. Stephanie Datiers, Gabriel Harris, Grazina Maria, Nithyanandan Razian Blaza, Nithyanandam Ravzan Blazaya, Nithyanandam, yes.
Nithyanandam, Ravzan Blazaya, welcome to the program. So, we are now going to be announcing for all the participants and all the viewers the various different sevas, the various different offerings you can offer to Swamiji in this auspicious Jayanti time. So, the first is the Rajashringara Seva, where you have the opportunity to adore Swamiji in a royal manner. And the second is the 108 Vastra Seva, where this is actually a very grand offering, where you're offering 108 royal robes to Swamiji. The royal robes in gratitude to the one who removes the Maya. And this is again 1,008 US dollars.
See, understand, just like how the Maya, the delusion, comes in front of us like a veil, Swamiji will unveil that. And through this seva, you can offer the 108 royal robes. All of us see Swamiji coming in for giving us the darshan every day. Understand, offering this seva, you will be able to see your gratitude there in the royal robes that Swamiji is wearing.
And the next seva we have for all the participants is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where offering your gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. Understand one thing, worshipping the feet of the Master is equivalent to you worshipping the feet itself. Actually, this very offering Pada Puja reminds me of one beautiful story which happened. So, what happens is, Vishnu has the Shankha and Chakra, right? So, of course, Parandama Mahavishnu, he's, of course, the Shankha and Chakra is his weapons and also the sandals. So, when Parandama goes in for Samadhi, he leaves the Padukas house and he goes. And Shankha and Chakra also, understanding anything in Hinduism, of course, anything which is touched by divine, it is considered like divine. It's a representation of God. It's a representation of that very form itself. So the Shankha and Chakra was kind of like teasing at the Paduka, saying, look at you. Parandama is leaving you outside and going, but look at us. Paramash is taking Parandama taking us and going into the Mahasamadhi. And the Padakas, right? Of course, the Padakas had intense gratitude to Mahavishnu. It was of course felt bad that he couldn't be with Parandama at such a time. Of course, Parandama knows everything, right? He's the sustainer of the universe. He knows everything that's happening. And he told Padaka saying, it is only through you people can worship me. Understand? The Padukas of the Lord. It is considered, when you're worshipping the Padukas, it is considered you're worshipping the divine form itself. So understand, it is through you only people can worship me. It is through you only people can even attain me. So understand, if the sandals of the Padukas are less, what about the feet itself, the form? Understand, this offering, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, it's a very beautiful offering where you can offer your heartfelt gratitude to Swamiji for him manifesting in our life at this auspicious time. And the cost for is this 1,008 US dollars. And if you want to, there's so many sevas which all of the participants, all of you can participate. And the next is the coronation seva, where this will be part of a grand happening, the blessings to be able to contribute to the coronation of Swamiji. And this is again 1,008 US dollars.
The next is the Vaijayanti Mala Seva, the Victory Mala offering. It's not just any normal mala, but it is the Victory Mala, the Vetri Malai, the Vaijayanti Mala. This is the Mala of victory.
The next is the Nithyananda Namavali Archana, which is the chanting of Swamiji's divine name.
And just by listening to each of the names that are chanted during the Archana, by offering the Nithyananda Namavali Archana, each of the qualities that each name holds, see, every name that is given is based on one quality. When the Archana is offered, each of the qualities that held in that name, those qualities will start manifesting in you. So just by offering the Nithyananda Namavali Seva, the Archana, you will start manifesting the different qualities of Swamiji through you.
Yes. So these are the various different sevas and all the participants, all of you can offer. And if you're interested in offering either of these sevas, you can head to ecitizen.info /.
You can head to ecitizen. Even you can head to events.kailasa.org /payment. And after heading to this link, you can sign up and offer the seva that you would like to offer and offer your gratitude towards Swamiji. See, any Pada Puja, or whether it's the Vaijayanti Mala or the Nithyananda Namavali Archana or the Raja Shringara, that seva, any seva that you offer, just by offering your gratitude, by offering that seva, filled with the gratitude for every single thing that Swamiji has showered you with, when you offer that, Swamiji will shower you back. And you will have a breakthrough. You will manifest your reality.
Okay, Ma Ramzan Blaza, yeah, you're interested in offering the seva. Can I request you, which ritual, which are the sevas are you interested in offering? We have so many sevas which I listed out to you. Which are the sevas are you interested to offer, yeah? Like you're saying that you're interested to offer. So which of the ritual you want to offer, yeah?
Yes, so once you fill the form at events.kailasa.org /payment, you will receive the details and the team will connect to you to help you with the payment.
Okay, see, it's not about donations or everything, no. It is about out of your pure gratitude you are doing to Swamiji. Are you understanding, Ayya? It is out of your gratitude you're offering to Swamiji that for him to manifest in our life. Understand? All these sevas, all the yes, for him manifesting in your life. Understand? Swamiji says, actually in Guru Gita, Paramashiva says that Paramashiva says the biggest gift one can achieve in their life is having a guru. Having a guru in their life is the biggest seva, the biggest thing, biggest gift you can ever achieve, and that's the most dearest to your heart. So understand, no matter what happens, always have a guru. Okay, Ravzan Blazaria, you're interested in offering. You can head to
events.kailasa.org /payments. We'll send you the link in the chat. We'll share with you the link in the chat. And you can head there, fill the form and put your intention.
Yes, Swamiji is the real friend. That's true. And I see Ma Paramama, Nithyanandam to you, welcome.
Ma Lita Nithyanandam, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Irene, Ma Jean Lavital Nithyanandam. See, just by offering your gratitude, you can manifest the different qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Swamiji in you.
Yes, Ma Virupaksha, okay. The link for the sevas, actually the link of the sevas will be projected for all the participants.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the